So you can see where we left off last stream, mostly focusing on the head and back fur, and beginning the snout here. And today we're gonna keep working on this like snout area, start adding some color into there, and then probably move on to the horns, and then maybe start the leather. Maybe this arm, maybe some of the back. We'll see. To start, I'm just gonna kind of darken up some of this a little more. Some how's this? Is this dark enough? All right. Just wanted a little more shadow down here at the bottom. Get it a little bit darker. Actually, let's get some pure black for right in here. A little lighter. All right. So I'm gonna take some Indian flesh from, or not Indian flesh, Indian shadow. Scale 75. We're gonna throw some color into here. So we get some color variation. Give the skin some more depth. We'll go back over this too with the kind of grayish color. We'll really work around these nostrils here. So keep it mostly on like the bottom areas. The top areas will keep kind of this color. We'll glaze in a little blue in a bit, and then put in some highlights. Some of this color all along there. Again, we'll go back over some of it, just kind of blend it in a little. Let me just start doing that right now. Needs a little bit. All right. Take a little bit of blue ink, some of this black, nice and thin. Come back in here. Trying to like reinforce this deep shadow in the crevice there. All right, so now take some of this tan flesh from Monument, mix it with the Indian Shadow. Work around. So this is where most of the light is coming from. This way. We're gonna get some color on the inner part of this nostril here. A little color up there as well. I like the song, but the song is like 40 minutes, so I'm not gonna play it right. Color right here. Well, this side is a little darker. Still want some highlight in there. It won't get lighter than this on this side, but we will go lighter on this side. This chin, it's a little too bright. Go back with this darker grayish color. Now let's put a little bit of blue ink in there. We can get some of those blue tones we're looking for, and it can contrast with the pinkish tones here. All right, so now we're just gonna take some this tan flesh. Make sure this side gets a lot of light here. A little bit right here. Not a lot on the chin or the lips. I know I said I wouldn't do any more highlight on this side, but just a little bit right here in the very edge. How is that looking? Maybe lays in a little bit of red. Maybe just kind of turn that up just a little bit. First, I actually want to a little bit more. Kind of want to continue this all the way down. All right. This red, and I'm just gonna really thin it out. There we go. Wanted it a little bit redder. A little bit of highlight right there. All right, maybe put this Indian shadow back. Maybe a little bit of the flesh. I just want to get some more of that reddish color variation in there. Maybe a little bit in the shadow. Just get straight Indian shadow again. We went kind of thin on this just so it doesn't show up too much in the shadows. The same over here. Alright, I had a slight problem with the tip of the brush. Alright, come back with some of this tan flesh. This highlight is a little bit too bright. We get that very thin red glaze just to go over it a little bit. All right, so now we're gonna do the top of the snout. I'm gonna try and work some blue into there. I guess what I'm gonna do first is just glaze on some blue ink, really thin, and then we can just work back over that. I see right now what's going on. A little too blue. Is fine because, like I said, we're just going to work right back over that. And that blue will kind of just blend into those gray tones. All right, so take some black and tan flesh. A little bit of ivory. All right, so now we go back. As we cover this back up, that blue will start to blend in. It'll still be present, but it won't be overpowering. We'll just keep lightening up this gray with some ivory. A little down here. And so we got light shining right onto this fur bit under the eyes. The snout will also get light. Somehow wiped my brush into orange paint. Now we get some highlight right here. There won't be too much highlight over on this side here. That will just kind of dry and blend in a little better. There we go. We'll make sure we get those little lines right there. Get a little bit of that blue ink back. Kind of put those tones back in there. All right, so next I'm gonna reinforce the shadows on the snout a little bit by putting in some burgundy wine from Reaper Master Series. That's deep red. Where's the... Just have to find it first. It's somewhere in my paint rack. There it is. Burgundy wine. A fantastic shadow color. Alright, so we'll just kind of put this in all the shadow areas. It'll both help reinforce the shadows and also tie this pinkish reddish color in. Also help here. Reinforce these like old lines in the flesh. Some purple going right there. I'll go back to the tan flesh for a second. I know that side didn't really get a whole lot of tan flesh, but I just felt like it needed a little bit. Try to tone it down a little bit. There we go. That was not as bright. See how we're looking here. Alright, I think so. I got a highlight here. This needs to be highlighted right here. Because if its light is coming from this direction, it's clearly hitting here, it'll hit right here. Same thing, just a little bit right. Wipe most of this off. Alright, that's a little better. Since highlight is right there, we're going to want to lessen this shadow just a little bit. We're gonna want to get it to which kind of just a little thin line. A little bit lighter than it just was. I want to highlight some of these lines right here. Just a little bit. We don't want to go overboard with it. We just want to make sure you can see each of these little like flesh folds. Right. I think this should be a little darker. All right. Let's see. I went a little too overboard with the highlighting right here. Now let's get black in there. Work that color back up just a little bit. Back to this burgundy wine. Kind of hit that. Once again, I think this highlight is a little too much for this area. I'm gonna kind of darken it up a bit, put a little bit of blue ink in there. We can keep some of this blue ink down here as well. Want some of that blue shining through up here. All right, let's see how this goes. Might be a little stupid what I'm trying to do, but we'll see. I want some of this to be a little bit lighter. Oh, I think that's better. Kind of blend that in a little bit. Okay, I think the snout is pretty good for right now. Probably revisit it a little later. But for now, I think we can move on to something else. I think we're gonna start doing the horns. You can see I still haven't really done the eyes yet. They're just big black cow eyes yet, no pupil or iris. I mean, all right, for these horns, let's see, I'm gonna get some birch, scale 75. And we'll see how bright that is. That might be a little too bright. I might have to tone it down. So to do that, I'll use a little bit of walnut. All right, let's see how this goes. All right, in terms of coverage, we don't need it to be like super covered. We want some of this other stuff to shine through. Will help blend things together as well. Oh, that's a corrupted MP3. Like I said, I'm not gonna copy the original artwork completely because he's got these like shadows of vines and stuff all over here, which I'm not gonna bother with. All right, we'll let that dry. You can see the difference between the dry and the wet. Like it will tone down a bit. I'll start with a little bit of a blend there. Orangey bit that's on his horns. I'm not going to worry about these little cracks and crevices in the horns till later, because I can go back and just fill those in. Cover this because this bit is light. Immediate other side that's in shadow. The opposite to this right here. I want to get of a reddish orange again. I'm trying to reinforce some of that orange. Continue to blend it in here. On this side, it kind of goes for a little further than the other side. I'm gonna do now, take some snakebite leather contrast paint. We'll thin it down and we'll cover the antlers here, not the antlers, the horns. The bull, it's definitely horns. Make sure it's thin enough. Don't have to worry about covering the shadowed area. That was dumb of me. I just touched it while it's still wet. So it looks a little yellow now, but it will dry. Just like a nice, like, rich brown. And then we can go back and kind of finish the highlighted bits of the horns. Then, of course, once that's done, we can go back and kind of black line with a very dark brown all of these little crevices. While that's drying here, just start blending this orange into the black a little bit. Alright, so now we'll get another mix of this birch and walnut. And we can start working on the fine details of the horns here. Of course, we're just kind of following the grain of the horn. We can try to keep out of the crevices. But again, it won't be the biggest deal of the world if we paint into them. I know the back won't need as much because the light won't really be there, but wanna these edges here. As we're going, just try and blend that orange in. This is in light, so we want to get some of this stuff right here. And then it's in shadow right on the other side of this little ridge for the horn. All right, next we're just gonna do straight birch. Get these areas nice and highlighted. Then after get the birch in there, we'll go back with some maybe charred black, or not charred black, charred brown for the cracks and crevices in here. All right. It's going pretty good. I think we need to put just a little bit more highlight in there. Maybe mix some of the birch with ivory. Maybe, I don't know, maybe not. Maybe we can just keep it the way it is. But once we fill in those crevices with a darker color, it'll stand out more. Right. So this is charred brown, and it might be a little bit too dark, but we'll see. We're gonna get it a little thin, see if it can just kind of flow into those crevices. I don't think it's too dark. I think it's pretty good. Gotta make sure we fill in all of these little sculpted crevices and cracks and what have you. Some of them are really thin and shallow, so we gotta be careful to get in there. It's a little bit more detail work than I really like to do. And if some of it goes a little too thick and kind of gets outside the crevice, we'll just go back with the birch, cover it up a bit. Right. Right here, it's a little tricky. It's kind of all cracked and squared, and it's going to take a little extra effort to get right. And we'll have to go back over with the highlight color, definitely over here. We need to make sure that this little bit has its deep shadows. This is a very cracky area of the horn. Do it over here as well, even though I haven't really decided how I'm going to do the shadow stuff yet. Like the underneath here, I might just maybe do a tiny bit of blending here and then just mostly very dark. That's funny, I thought this charred brown might be a little too dark, and now I'm thinking maybe it's not dark enough. Some of these crevices are very, very thin and shallow, and I'm going past what I should be painting, so I'll have to come back with that highlight color and just cover it back up. Not the end of the world. A little bit more in the center of the camera. Honestly, for this back here, I might end up just covering it in a wildwood contrast, and then putting a matte varnish over that. Contrast is a little too satiny. It's not that we don't want to do work on the back, it's just it's not as important. It's mostly going to be like shadowy, but we still want it to look good. A lot of shadow down there that's sculpted in crevices, but you know, it's completely in shadow, so I think we're okay with not doing it. Now I'm trying to come back with some of that highlight. Actually, I'm kind of out of it on the palette, so I need more. There we go. We got a lot of little small lines we gotta highlight and sell as cracks here. Make sure just to go right under them. Want to get those edges. Like some of them can actually get some ivory. And go right under them. They'll stand out a little bit more. A little bit of crack was a little too thick, as well as this one. We got a thin line right through it. That's there we go. Starting to look a little better. All right, so now you can see the left horn compared to the right one, where I've went back and re-highlighted things. Make those crevices stand out a little more. Now we'll go back and we'll do the same thing over here. Just want to blaze in just a slight bit of shadow over here. All right. Sorry, 1 second. All right, now we go to the right side. Be sure not to hit the ears like that, like I did, but we'll go back over that and fix those little mistakes. Again, we're just trying to thin the crevices down. We've overpainted a little bit because they're so small and some of that charred brown got over. And B, we're gonna get right on the bottom edge of these crevices and highlight them so they stand out a little more. Autoplay is taking all the shortest songs for some reason. Hey, what's up, Aptos? How you doing? Yes. I'm back. Actually, came back on Friday and started this guy. That was a wrong highlight placement. That side of the horn, it would be the other side of the crack that gets highlighted. That was a dumb mistake. All right. I think it's slowly getting there. All right, so now let's start doing some of the back here. This top crevice could use a little bit more work. Doesn't look dark enough. I'm not too bad. Decticon was great. Met a lot of cool people. A lot of great painters. And Golden Demon was really cool. Seeing everything there was just awesome. It already got me inspired for next year's. Like, I already have a bunch of stuff planned out on my entries. I've already started building my duel piece. Because the duels there were really cool. I loved them all. Alright, again, yeah, I'm not going to worry too much about that side. That's going to be in shadow. Yeah, they confirmed for next year. Depticon made a post, I don't know, Wednesday of last week, confirming the dates for next year, and then they said Golden Demon will be back. But then there's rumors that I hope are true that the Journeyman Miniature guys, the people who made this bust, are trying to make a an open competition So you'll have your categories, and it won't just be a first, second, and a third. You can bring whatever you want, any manufacturer, and if they deem you good enough for gold, you get a gold, no matter if it's one person or 20 people. There's a golden demon in October here in the UK, Warhammer World. That's a 40-minute drive for me. Huh. Well, I'd say if you can go, you should go. Even if you don't compete, just have a look at all the models that are there. But I heard people are worried about this UK demon because I guess at Warhammer World there's limited space, and with the Horus Heresy Weekender, it's also being held at Warhammer World. They sold tickets online and they sold out in like 30 seconds. So a lot of people that wanted to go can't go. And people are worried about that for demons. Like if you don't get a ticket in the first minute or so, does that mean now you can't compete? Like some of the best painters might not be able to even go. I assume it's all just COVID related. They couldn't get the rugby stadium in Coventry, where they held the last. It's too thick. The last few demons. Darken this line up right here. I'm not ready to compete by L, not by launch, so I go to view. Yeah, it's just seeing the stuff is incredible. Like seeing everything in person, you get to see like their brush strokes or how well they blend everything. And how the model looks in person is different than on camera, so it is good to see. Some people's photos, they make their models look godly, then you see them in person and they're still incredibly good. But you can see a little bit more of how they did it. Because you don't have the lights reflecting all that white to look like actual shiny metal. Stuff like that. Oh, you went to a painting class with Siege Studios. That's cool. They were at Adepticon. Siege Studio people. Oh no, they weren't. Never mind. The Artist Opus people. I feel like they collaborate a lot, so I kind of get them confused. Maybe Siege Studios were there as well. I don't know. Who was teaching the class? You remember their name? Ah, yeah. One of the owners is, yeah. Ed Sanderson and Matt Kennedy. I definitely feel like I've heard those names. But yeah, I'm definitely just gonna hit this back with some contrast. And then mat it back down. Ah, so they're clearly very accomplished painters. I'm sure the class was great. How's your painting been coming along? Oh yeah, that moving with miniatures is always a pain in the butt. You gotta make sure everything is packed up and nice and secure. So what was the topic of the class? Was it just like general painting stuff, or was there a specific topic like atmosphere or non-metallic metal or something? Knowing we got it ready and then had to store everything, and now the house we're moving into, the owners can't move for another month or two. Oh man, that sucks. That's that sounds like a nightmare. Uh, my current place, when we moved in, it's like we live in a townhouse, and it used to be rentals, and the property owner decided to get out, so they were just selling. Like as the rental leases ran up, they put them on sale. So we were lucky no one was living here when we bought it. We were able to move in right away, like as soon as it closed. Did Airbrush Basics on a Rhino door with weathering. That's also learning glazing. I need to practice airbrushing more. Really, all I use my airbrush for is priming. If I ever even bother to get it out, mostly I just brush on prime. But I think I want to do some airbrushing. When I was at a Golden Demon, I saw the small scale, the Adeptus Titanicus stuff. I thought it was really cool, so I bought it one of these mini Warhound Titans. Actually, the box comes with two of them, so I wanted to paint this up for the small scale thing. And you have like these large panels here, and of course he's got like plates on for here and stuff that we get some freehand. So I wanted to get this all nice and smooth, and the best way to do it for these kind of big panels is airbrush, but you know, see how that goes. Yeah, I'd never seen these. Like, I mean, obviously I've seen a Warhound Titan before, but I never saw the small scale ones until I was there, and they all looked really cool. So I thought I'd get one. Like the Night Titans in this scale are literally the size of a Space Marine. Kind of a cool scale. All right. Let me check Instagram real quick. Oh, that's really cool. Got some nice gradients there. Some nice weather chipping. A nice red power sword. That Salamander's door looks really cool. I love the Salamanders. I've only painted one a long time ago. So you can see I really like painting green armor. I know theirs is brighter green than that. I'll probably paint some later. Painting some kind of Salamander's vehicle would be really cool. Kind of get some lava effects going in there, or some flames. I know next to nothing about Warhammer, and they kept talking about all this stuff. I had to keep asking everyone about. Are they talking about like lore and stuff, or just assuming everyone knows what paint scheme a certain faction has? I don't know how much highlights I want to put into this. That's clearly shadow. Everyone knew a lot more, whereas I come 3D printing side, I was like, yeah. Sometimes people get talking about lore, and like, I know a decent amount of the lore. I used to play, but I'm not gonna pretend like I'm some kind of lore expert or anything. I also don't know like every model in the range, so people start talking about like a certain model and like how it looks, and I'm like, I don't know what that one is. But that was one of the things that I learned about at Golden Demon at the competition. One of their things is judging criteria is how well your model fits in the game universe. So in order to like paint up that Titan I just showed, I had to do a fair bit of research to figure out like Titan houses and what their symbols are and how their paint schemes look. Because if you don't paint something that makes sense in universe, you kind of get punished a little bit. Yeah, there's a fantastic painter. Let me, I'm gonna try and pull her up on Instagram real quick. There we go. This is Kaha, or I always mess up her name. Katrazina Gorska. An incredibly talented painter. She's so awesome. This was a what's the word I want? Diorama. There we go. This is this is their diorama entry. There's some more photos of here. And it's a salamanders versus what is this thing? This is a chaos thing. I don't know the names of the models, but this is a chaos thing, and this is a tyrannid that it's like standing on top of. The thing is, she has right here the Primark Vulcan, who exists in 30k, not 40k. I mean, we'll just say that because there's some weird lore stuff that he might still be out there somewhere. But this is the Primark Vulcan, and this is like the Chapter Master Vulcan, because each Chapter Master is named Vulcan. So this guy is from 30k, this guy's from 40k. Tyrannids didn't exist in 30k, only 40k. So they kind of docked her, and she didn't win a trophy because of it. Even though this thing is absolutely incredible. So that's one of the things, like, you have to make sure everything is like in universe and stuff. And if you paint like an ultramarine, you got to make sure you have the correct like company insignia on the shoulder pads. They got to have the right trim for their rank and their company and all that. So that's just one of the neat little caveats of painting for a company that's basically, you know, just a giant advertisement. You know, if you do like your own chapter, I guess, like if you make up your own Space Marine chapter, they'll probably let you get away with some of that stuff. But if you paint something that has established lore, like, you kind of have to follow it. I want to get that contrast paint and paint the back of the horns. Yeah, there were a lot of fantastic pieces that most people who weren't there didn't get to see because, you know, they only show the photos of the 3 pieces that win. There was a lot of great stuff that got commended and a lot of great stuff that got finalist pins. The guy next to me at the class had the same scale color paints that I had to play with. Can't believe how thick they are. The gentlemen, yeah, they're really thick. They're really, like, they take a bit to get used to, like, how to work with them. But once you get it, I love them. That is too thick. I actually picked up a bunch of Pro Acryl paints at Adepticon because they had a booth there. I really like them. They're nice. I'm not a big fan of the tops. They're a little annoying. I'm definitely gonna have to like hit this with some matte coat because this will definitely be satiny and we don't want that in the shadows, but I really like this dark color. Yeah, I really like them. They're nice. Yeah, as you can see, I got, these stupid tops. I mean, I will say, I guess, it kind of dries and keeps it airtight. A few of them, if I can find one that, like this one, you can see it kind of ran down there. There's like an air bubble or something. So as I closed, a big glug came out and just dripped all the way down. Oh. Oh, are we back? Cool. My little thing in the streamer thing says the ads are done, but you never know with everybody. Everyone's ads are slightly different. So yeah, as I was saying, like this one, you can see it drip down. Like what I did is I closed it, and I guess there's a little bit of an air bubble, and it just kind of plugged out and came all the way down. It's a little messy. But other than that, the paints are great. I'm also thinking of, like, I have a bunch of these bottles here. I might just transfer them into here, because these tops are nice. You just got a little screw top, and then it's just... I bought those to put my, the golden so flats, these paints, put into those bottles, and I got like 50 of them for $10, so do something with them. I haven't tried the Procool transparents yet. I don't know how those are. Seems like they can be pretty useful. You leave them in the air. Yeah. You don't know what to use them for. What I would use them for is just kind of almost what you'd use the contrast paints for. Like you kind of tint things, you darken them up. I assume they're just kind of like inks and glazes. Dogs are playing in the hallway and getting a little loud. Like earlier, I tinted some of this with a little red that I thinned down, but I mean, a transparent paint might help that better. Alright, so now we're going to start on some of the leather armor. Whole mess of that wood stained brown on the palette. So Aptos, does your new space have your new place that you're moving into have a space for painting? I saw the samurai mini from Journeyman. Oh yeah, that thing is, it was really cool. They had both versions on display. The 1/6 and the 1/10. The 1/6 thing is huge. The wife told you it's the garage, but you can do it. Well, I mean, as long as the weather doesn't get too extreme and mess with your paints, you know, it works. I don't know if your garage is going to be insulated or not, but you know. Get these undersides here. I know these armor things already have a little bit of a base coat on, but I just wanted to get it a little darker. Before we move on. Gonna be a small area closed off for 3D resin printers. There's gonna be a vent outside, airbrush booth set up, and then a nice painting hobby area. That's pretty cool. Yes, that's one good thing about being in the garage. You will have good vent access to the outside, so you can do your printers out there, and won't interfere with the house. I know the resin 3D printers tend to stink a lot. There we go. All right. Once this right arm is fully dry, we'll start working on it. And you get a mini extractor from the 3D printing unit, so there should be no smell in the room. Oh, that's cool. All right. While that's drying, I'll show this off. This is what I'll be painting next once this Minotaur is done. This really cool vampire bust. You can see how the vampire head, then he's got the skull and the severed head right there. This is how big the body is. That's a nice metal surface to play with. So I'm hoping that this guy doesn't take me too long. I thought maybe like 2 full weeks to get him done. And then we can move on to that guy. Then we got the Athena bust. I just gotta paint all these busts before July. When I go to the World Model Expo in the Netherlands. I want to bring them all. I have 2 busts I 3D printed, but kind of scared to start them as they're big. I brought a couple Warhammer models to do, and I'm liking. I mean, I assume you can strip 3D models the same way as like regular resin. So I mean, you can just start a bust, and if you don't like it, just, you know, paint over it. Thing of the woman with the armor and the thin sword. No. I think I know which one you're talking about. Hold on. You're thinking of this one? The Ally, I think. Okay, I definitely want to paint this one, but I don't know if I'll have time before July. We'll see. I really like this bust. I don't know why I haven't started painting it yet. Oh, here's the alternate art. Yeah, Athena is the she's got the spear and the giant shield. It's some oiled leather. I think you've seen that one. Let me try and find one real quick. Mine's all in pieces, so I'm gonna just find a picture of a good painted version. That's the Athena bust. This was painted by Arnaud Lazaro. See, it's got this gigantic shield right here. Nice spear. And yeah, his paint job is absolutely incredible. I don't think anyone is gonna top this one. He's one of my favorite painters. He's immensely talented and skilled. But I still want to paint that bust before July. I'm gonna mix oiled leather with some wood stain brown. Wouldn't even know where to begin with that. Well, you start with throwing down base coats everywhere. And then you kind of get an idea of where you want your lights and shadows, and you start blocking in some darker colors. Primer. I guess, yeah, you start with primer. But I mean, it sounds like I'm being cheeky with starting with base coating, and but honestly, when you start base coating and you start putting the colors down, and you kind of get an idea of where you want your lights and shadows to go as you're painting. Like once you actually get paint on the model and the primer stops being a little shiny and you can see things, it really helps you out. Kind of hard to see this just because, you know, the nature of where it's angled. But I mean, this actually not going to get a whole lot of light. It's going to be mostly in shadow there. Yeah. Still fresh. I mean, you can also just follow someone else's paint job. Other people have painted this bust as well. So you don't have to try and follow that ridiculously good non-metallic gold. Oh. Yes, Twitch ads are awful. Keep going with this for a little bit. Wait for the ads to done. Ah. No, I was just waiting. I was looking at your Viking. It looks pretty cool. How big is that model? Looking at it now, I like the green that you used. 75 millimeters. Okay. Probably couldn't even see that because of the horn right there. Actually, just I backed the Chimera models Kickstarter. I want to get that 75 millimeter stereo model. I like that she has options for like kind of necklace in her left hand, or she's holding a banner. Good like freehand possibilities there. Probably be using a brush that isn't this good. You want kind of an older brush to do like messy work. It was blue, and then I did it and swapped to green, but I feel like I spent ages faffing with it so much now I'm trying to push through. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Every like brush stroke you throw down, you think, oh, this could be better. Let me try it again. Oh, this could be better. Yeah, all the models in that Chimera Kickstarter look really cool. If I were made of money, I would get them all. That is not feasible for me. So I just got the one model, and then I'm getting a set of paints. I'm gonna get the signature set, all the new paints. I'm really interested in Eric Swinson's color because it looks like it's a better version of P3 Coal Black. This is a paint I really like. I'm expecting too much for myself and holds me back from finishing things. Yeah, I was the same way when I started painting, or at least started trying to do like display type painting. I would look at other people's paint jobs and I would get a little discouraged, thinking like, why can't I do this, or why is it not working out the way I want it to? In the huge Element Games in the UK, and they had like almost every range of paints I've heard of, and all the models and tools and everything. That's cool. Really, we don't really have a shop like that here. Every shop has like only a few brands of paints and stuff. You know, they'll all basically have Games Workshop, but then they might have one other type of hobby paint in there. I would love to have a shop that has all of them, or at least a great deal of them. I'd also love a shop that focuses on models like this, like display models and that side of the hobby. You walk in, they have all the models there ready to go. We have a lot of like shops that have these types of models, but as like a part of their web store, not in their physical space. Most of our stuff is still all wargaming oriented. I know in a number of places in Europe they have like display model shops. Shop was 2 hours away, but there's smaller ones close to me. So are they? Is Element a chain, or they just have like a smaller store than a super big store? A lot of this is going to end up getting covered up anyway because it's going to be in deep shadow. Want to make sure we have some of this nice leather texture all over it. Oh, is that what happened? Just noticed my chat was like empty. Was it like a link to Element? Their big main store where they have a shop and a lot of desks for Magic and Wargaming. That's cool. Move in my little cutting mat here. There are stores across the UK have most stuff, but tiny because over here, if you have 5 stores, they get bigger discount on GW stuff. Ah. It's a little strange that they lock the discount behind like how many stores you have. But Games Workshop is strange. A lot of the Scale 75 stuff is pretty good. That's what you mean by scale bust, unless it's something different. Or more paint on there. And the original artwork that Paul Bonner does, this is kind of in deep shadow, but I don't know, I kind of want to put some light right in here. Not a lot, but just some. Saw a dwarf bust I like a lot. No, that's what I meant. Oh, is it I think they only have two. Was it this one or a different one? Like this one obviously doesn't have, like, I sculpted this arm and this shield, so it's a little different, but a different one. So it's I know which one it is. Kind of got like runic armor or something. The regular 75mm model of him is like standing, leaning on his shield. They have a new dwarf bust. I just can't remember the names. I want to get a little yellow tone in there. On this class over the weekend, we're talking about armies and that, and I know them as tree people, the rat boys. I mean, I think I'm pretty okay with all the different factions. Just the specific model names, not too sure about. And of course, I like the rat boys, the Skaven. They're getting some new models. There was one I did a while ago. Oh, this is what I want. Add some burnt orange to this oiled leather. Get a little yellowish tinge to this leather. The new Skaven they're coming out with look pretty cool. And the new, like, Underworlds thing they got going on. Almost telling me if I wanted to start playing Underworlds, a good start as it's skirmish, not many minis. Yeah, the new one, like the new box set is coming out, and it's Skaven versus Daughters of Cain. Each faction is only like 4 or 5 models. It really depends on like how strong the normal thing is. I think like the Chaos people are only like 4 models. You have a box right here. somewhere. Thought I did. This was from the last version of like the Underworld. This is the, just get this out of the way. This was the Seraphon box, the Lizard Men. You can see how many models they have. Like, this is the entire like faction for it, so it's a small skirmish game. Yeah, they're... Oh no! Drop that. This was the leader guy. I painted all the models on stream too, and some of the videos got thrown up on YouTube. This one from the box. This is the model. Obviously not this model that I'm holding in my hand, but you know. This is the one that Gavin Garza won the Slayer Sword with, because he painted it so incredibly well. Yep. That's the Slayer Sword model. Ah, got a pet hair. It just shows you don't need a super fancy model or fancy conversions to win a Slayer Sword. Even a little skink from a Underworld's box can get the job done. All right, let's some of this birch. Try to put some scratches and wear and tear into this leather. Alright, I'm gonna need a different brush with a sharper tip for some scratches. I'm gonna put a little shadow in here. I got charred brown still on the palette. Let's mix this up. A little bit of black, just kind of darken it up a bit. Definitely want a deep shadow right under this horn. We'll block some of this as well. Yeah, I think it'll get most of this. All right. Picked up some Rosemary and Company brushes the other day. They're all right so far. I haven't used them in a few years, but I remember them being pretty good. And, you know, obviously their biggest selling point is the fact that they're so much cheaper than all the other brushes. So even if they don't last as long, like they'll still be cheaper in the long run because you can just buy it, you know, another one at like you can buy like 4 or 5 size ones for the price of a single Winsor and Newton size one. I know a few of the like miniature specific brushes, you know, they're made by like some companies or I don't know, the WAMP forum, it's called the WAMP. They get their brushes made by Rosemary and Company. Some of these little sculpted on holes and scratches in here. Trying to highlight them. We'll have to go back over with some darker paint. Really accentuate those holes. Oh, they make the Artist Opus ones? Okay. Man, if that's true, why are the Artist Opus brushes so expensive? I wanted to try the Artist Opus ones, but like what I found, at least, you know, from American stores, I don't know if it's different in the UK. You can't buy like a single brush, you have to basically buy the 4 brush set. And that 4 brush set is pretty pricey. Because they're white handle and look cool, I guess. As we're paying for the artist name that's attached to the brushes. Some of that shadow is I'll have to tone down that shadow just a bit. I want to be able to see some of the leather underneath it. Also paying for their sponsorship price because I know they sponsor a lot of top painters. Pretty sure Richard Gray is sponsored by them. That's what we need. Put a nice shadow under each of these little bit of leathers segments. Angel Heraldez too. Yeah, that's where all the money goes right there. Angel Heraldez is an incredible painter. I love his non-metallic metal is really good. Use of color. Well, the one thing I don't like is he makes a lot of tutorials, which is awesome, but all of his tutorials are like, all right, get out your airbrush, and we're gonna do most of the work with that. I don't want to use my crappy airbrush to try and get some good paint jobs. Oh, more ads. I was just talking about Angel Heraldez's tutorials and how I very much appreciate that he does them, but most of them are airbrush heavy. And that's not useful for a lot of newer painters. Not very useful for me either because I don't have a good airbrush that I can actually do these things with, and I also don't really want to. It's like painting with a brush. Like most people on YouTube either say you need an airbrush or a specific paint for something to work or oils. Yeah. I mean, it's not that I have anything against an airbrush. It's another excellent tool you should have in your arsenal. I don't know. Not really for me. It's a bit price prohibitive when you're first getting into the hobby. gonna have to work on that shadow later. Yeah, I know that there are people that can like paint an entire model with an airbrush, face and all. But I mean, they have like 15 different airbrushes with varying size needles, and they can do all these different things, and then you can do that. That's awesome. That's not for everybody. Hey, Sentinel, how's it going? And myself, I want to paint some space dwarves. Yes, yes, you do. More and more towards a lava theme. Yeah. I mean, if they're dwarves in space, you know, they're still going to be mining stuff, and I'm sure there's lots of lava planets out there, some good mining. I'm excited for these squats to come back, even though they're not called squats anymore. Do we have a release date for them? Leagues of Votan, that's what they're called now. Oh, they showed some stats. Are they good? I don't remember what stats are good anymore. Oh, a little bit of a highlight going right up into that shadow right there. Yeah, I like them. Can take them in 20-man units, what seems to be troops. So are they releasing a whole faction? Like a full-sized? Oh, that's cool. I thought it would just be like a kill team. That means we're gonna get a whole like range of sculpts going. We'll have your cannon fodder units, your heroes, and then like vehicles, and that'd be really cool. I'm interested to see what direction they go with this. That's really cool. I hope there's a train tank. That sounds pretty pretty sweet. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to redo the shadow. I don't like how it turned out. It was a little too dark, and I tried to go over it again with some color, and I'll just leave it how it is for now, and then do something different with it later. Looking at the one scope they showed so far and debating on what scheme would work for the whole concept. Have they only showed the one? I know there was like a silhouette of the scope that was in the teaser video. It seemed like it was wearing a heavier set of armor. Well, I wonder how long they're gonna like drag this out. Make us wait to see the whole faction. Uh, but it's the same model design, and yeah, they did bits, but not enough. Yeah, I just wonder when the whole thing gets released. I want to see the whole range. I'm sure if they're released within the next year, we'll definitely see a lot of them at Golden Demon. Although there was one thing that surprised me about this past one. There wasn't a whole lot of Rule Boys or new Stormcast, like post Dominion Stormcast. There was a few. Definitely more Stormcast than Cruel Boys. There was exactly 2 Cruel Boys. But we did have, I think, 2 Andrastas and a couple maybe 1 or 2 more newer Stormcast. And I'm sure some of it had to do with the fact that uh, this Golden Demon was supposed to happen 2 years ago. So people already had models ready to go for competition. All right. All right, it's time to start putting a little bit of color into that leather. Go with, what is this one? Rust brown. We'll put a little reddish tint in there, and then we'll go back and put a little green. Why not? Waiting for the 4th. It's supposed to be 40k preview, so I was hoping it's more Leagues of Votann. May 4th, they're doing another preview. Oh, okay. I'll try to make a mental note of that and remember to check that out. I want to get this real thin. Just kind of glaze in some of this orangey color, and I'll tie it back in with the orange flesh / fur of the Minotaur. I haven't used this color a whole lot. Now that I'm seeing it, I feel like I should be using this color for the orange bits and the horn. 4th and 40k, 5th Sigmar, 6th Skirmish, 7th Horse Series. Ah, I didn't know they had like a little schedule like that. I wonder if the Sigmar stuff is going to be actual Age of Sigmar, or if it's going to be like the Underworlds stuff that they're releasing. Alright, that's a bit of phthalo green that I'm going to darken up with some black. And a little bit of blue ink. Oh, okay, that's cool. I wonder if it's going to be a lot more Skaven. I think that was one of the rumors. Like, they're obviously getting some pieces in the new Underworld stuff, but people said that there's going to be a bunch of new Skaven. I was telling Aptos earlier, I love the Ratmen. A little too much on here. Just kind of want some little bit of color accents in here. Just to kind of dirty this leather up a bit. Yes. We need more Rat Boys. You know what we need? Rat Boys in space. It's time for some 40k Skaven. Alright, I'm gonna get some very thinned down snakebite leather contrast and just kind of glaze it over. Try to tie this leather all together. That's dry. Go back over it with some damage and scratches. A little more shadows. I like them because they remind me of Twitch from League of Legends. Yeah. I have no idea how he plays. I don't really play League. I do, however, play Teamfight Tactics. I love team fight tactics, but I'm crap at it. I mean, yeah, me too. It is fun to play though. I think I'm only like silver 3. And then they went and changed everything on me like a while ago, and they took away my best combination, which was God, what like it was Challenger and Arcanist, I think is what it was. I already forgot. It's been so long. I know they changed it like 3 months ago at this point. Took that out and they made a bunch of them Debonair, which I still have no idea. Like, I can't get Debonair to work. If you haven't played in ages, you might not have noticed they removed some people. They added a whole bunch more. They added people from TV show, like the main like villain guy. I already forgot his name, but he's playable now. I don't know. Last time I played, I didn't really play ranked anymore. I started to like hyper roll a lot more. Games are a lot faster. You don't have to worry about your economy. Silco, that's it. Yeah, that's his name. Another like 30-minute song. Gotta take some of these super long songs off this playlist. Alright. So there's a lot of same materials all over this model. So I'm gonna be bouncing around just to keep things interesting. So tomorrow when I stream, I'm gonna do the axe. Probably the wood too. Just to finish the entire axe. Lots of non-metallic metal here, and then we can move on to some more leather, then the shirt, and we can go back to skin. So everyone doesn't have to sit here and watch painting leather for 4 straight days. Yeah, I'm gonna try something different with the axe head. I'm gonna try and do like a cool blue tone over like everything, because it's gonna be in the Bonner artwork that this is based on. Most of the axe is like in shadow, so it's really just like this bit here that's lit up. But I want to do a little bit more light, but still kind of a shadowy thing. Oh. Twitch tells me that ads have just started running again. Jesus Christ. Oh. Just take a break for a second while the ads roll. They're back? Okay. The amount of ads that Twitch runs is ridiculous. Yeah, so oh, almost dropped that. In the original artwork, this is mostly in shadow with just a little bit of light like right here. But I don't know. I'm obviously doing more light than what's already in the artwork, so I'm gonna do a little bit more light going on here, but I still want it to be read as kind of dark and in shadow, so I'm gonna do a very cool blue tone over the whole thing with kind of some like yellowish light here. Kind of, I'm gonna try and kind of see if like moonlight, but not actually moonlight, just kind of giving off that vibe. Let me see. Well, now move on to this back, I guess. Although this, okay, now that I'm looking at it, the way it's sculpted, or at least cast, this texture is different than this. Like, this is kind of hard leather. Like, it's smooth. And this is kind of more like a suede. Especially given this texture. So I don't know if I should paint it the same. Hmm. Oh. You know what, I'll just start working on it and see what happens. Like, it clearly has a whole bunch of like sculpted in scratches like the other leather, but I don't know, maybe it's just a well, maybe the sculptor just wanted to throw a little extra detail in there. Which I would find kind of strange because I'm pretty sure this was sculpted by Joaquin Palacios, and he doesn't really throw a lot of extra detail in. He lets the painter decide. One of the reasons why I love his sculpt so much. Another thing is this like little sculpted detail on here kind of soaks up the paint. These lines in between, this little ribbing. These little straps that are around it are going to be a little darker. Almost black, because that's kind of like what the original artwork does, and I kind of like it. So when you're painting that Viking, do you have a lot of your paint stuff out, or do you have to like pack it back up every time you're done? You know, before we moved here, we were selling our old place, and the realtor had me pack everything away because my office was kind of cluttered with paint stuff, and they didn't really want like potential buyers to walk in there and see all the mess. So I had to kind of make a quick to-go box basically of paint, so I can always just take some out, paint a little, put it back, hide it. Just the main bits you dump on your desk, yeah. Kind of the I mean, we were still living in our old place while we are in the process of selling it, so anytime like we get a notification that someone wants to do a tour, we'd have to pack away a bunch of stuff, grab the dog, and go for a long walk. Try to get all these little edges here. I had to pack all my 3D printing stuff away in storage and all my painting stuff. When the state guy came over, photos of the house at 10 a.m. First viewing at 10:30, and they offered us over what we wanted and sold them. Oh man. Well, hey, I mean, if you got over what you're asking for. I think packing all your stuff away might have been worth it. I mean, that's a pretty nice setup you got there. I like the little the case for your paints. Was that, did that like come with the paint? Is that how, like, was that like the set that, like the box that the set came in? Because it looks like it's nice and portable. Oh, you got it off Amazon? It's an essential oil carry case. Gotcha. Well, that makes sense. They're about the same size bottles as essential oils. I never thought to look for that. That good. That way you can get one of those and take some paint to the next Adepticon and paint with some people while I'm there. Might even do a proper case, but it's more than I want to spend. The Frontier Gaming case, and I was looking at some. I was looking for cases to transport all my minis that I'm taking over to Europe on the plane. So I went through a whole bunch of companies, including Frontier Gaming, looking at all their different cases, seeing if they would work, and looking at the price of everything. Some of these cases get really pricey. Mostly like right here is going to be the this highlighted area. it's just a transport, I'd get a Pelican case or whatever they're called. The Pelican, the gun cases, like the pick and pluck foam gun cases. I don't know. People have suggested those for like gaming models and stuff. I looked at some of them. None of them would really work for what I'm gonna bring. You know, they're all like models like this on big models on plinths and stuff, and lots of pointy things. I ended up ordering a Table War mini tower case because they just came back. Well, they're up for pre-order right now. They're gonna ship in like 3 weeks. Because I know a lot of people at Golden Demon were using those cases, and they seem to fit a good amount of models. Get some shadow going in here. At least some shading. This is a little too much. Maybe come in here. So the tower case is pretty nice. Let me see if I can. This is the giant one. Did not order this. There we go. This is the one I pre-ordered. Because this interior is about 7 inches, maybe a little bit bigger. I've seen some pretty large models in here, so I think most of my stuff will be okay, especially because I'm just going to be putting like one of these regular trays with these, you know, inserts to make it nice and flat right on the very bottom. Yeah, Andy uses these. Yeah, and if he fits his diorama in there, I should be okay. Like, I'm pretty sure, yeah. This guy's probably the tallest thing I'm gonna bring. And I don't know. If this doesn't fit, I'm gonna have to like rip it off the base and make a new base for it. Because I'm gonna bring it. Actually, maybe this isn't the tallest thing. Let's see. I guess the Athena bust will be a little. I can always just I can cut this down a little bit, so that's not a big deal. Yeah, so this will definitely be the tallest thing. It's got to make sure that this sword doesn't break off when the lid closes. Yeah, this turtle is probably my favorite model that I've done. That would be carry on, right? I don't. Oh yeah, yeah. The main reason I got the case that I just showed you is it specifically says it fits under the seat on an airplane, so you can carry it on and put it under there, and you won't have to worry about going in the overhead bin or anything, or get handled by the crew throwing it into the cargo hold. The turtle model is really cool. I love that thing. I'm almost tempted to buy another one and paint it again, different style. But I got too many other things to paint before that. I'm excited to see what he brings. Lucas Zaba, the sculptor of that model. I know he'll be at World Model Expo. Maybe he'll have some new models by then. I mean, he's going to bring all his own painted stuff as well. So I get to see his version in person, which will be really cool. Yeah, I wouldn't be. I thought about like, just holding on to it the entire time, but we purposely got a flight that leaves at late at night, so we can sleep on the plane and then wake up when we're there, and hopefully be more acclimated to the time. So I would not. I was holding on to it and then fell asleep. I would definitely drop it. Trying to paint straight, crisp lines on this like little textured surface is proving to be very tricky. I snore too loud to sleep on flights, you know. Yeah, I'm a little worried about that myself. But because our flight is so late, I figure everyone on there has the same idea. So hopefully everyone is trying to sleep and no one really notices, cares. some black in here for those deep scratches. As long as you're not the loudest, you'll be fine. Yeah. I'll have to buy some of those breathe right strips and put them on just in case. And they're supposed to help with snoring. I'll also be wearing a mask the whole time, so maybe that'll muffle some of the sound. And this is a really deep gash sculpted in here. Guy gets hit in his back a lot. And I'm definitely most nervous about the models because I've never flown with models before. Every competition I've been to so far has been close enough to drive to. Alright, how does it look from here? Let me get some darker brown. Just cover these things right now. I'm not actually gonna do a lot of work on them. That's good for now. You know, then I got this rusty brown on here. Mix it with some of this. All right. How much light is this actually gonna get? Nice watching people paint. Things come to life. Feel as paint, nothing changes. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I feel the same way. Like I keep working on something and I'm like this, like nothing's changing. It's not going the way I want it. I think it's all just a matter of perspective. Yeah, when I watch other people paint, you can see like it feels like things happen pretty quick. I feel like that's pretty much all the light I'm gonna get. We just shade in all that back here. This bowl clearly works out. He's got a lot of pec muscle here. I don't know what I should do with this nipple. Like I don't think it should be the same color orange. Is there a proper Instagram for my painting? I'll upload everything I've done so I can compare and see how I'm getting better. Yeah. Definitely get an art page. And then you get to struggle with finding where the best place to take a photo is, how to take the proper photo for Instagram and other outlets, and I feel like that's a whole different hobby right there. Figuring out how to properly photograph your miniatures. What did they do in the box art for his nipple? I'm not sure. The box is kind of hidden right now. I'll have to look for that later. I think it's just like dark skin, like kind of black, kind of like the snout area, like the shaded bits. This needs to be a little darker. I'm also gonna throw some burgundy wine in here. It'll help shade that down. Give a nice dark purple hue. Can I Google this? Do it a bit darker? Yeah, that's what I thought. I'll probably just do the same thing. I'm gonna head off 10:30 p.m. 5 a.m. Have a good night. I'm probably gonna finish up in just a few minutes anyway. So just kind of want to finish this right peck a little bit, and then I'm done tonight. See you later. Thanks for stopping by. That's too bright. Too bright. that's a little too bright too, but it's fine. I'll just glaze over it with some red or something. Let's see. Looking at it like this. Yeah, I think it's about all the light it's gonna get. Blend this in just a little bit more. And some brown in there. Finally, just a little bit of black to darken it up. Even that, maybe these are just a little too bright. Getting there. I'm gonna cover that one. That one's not gonna get a lot. Maybe cover that as well. Leave a little bit showing through. I'll blend it in just a little bit. worried it's gonna look a little too like fire. Definitely gonna have to do a little bit more blending of the blackish brown. What I want is to just tone this highlight down a little bit. Maybe there's actually a little too much up top on this one. He is hunched over like this. I don't think that's going to get as much light as I put on there. All right. I think that's good for now. Let's see, we got the horns, most of the face. Started the leather, still gotta redo this shadow bit. Had some leather up there, continue to work on that. Then we got the shirt and waist belt. But tomorrow the main focus is going to be this axe. Get some nice non-metallic metal on it. And then probably do these like things here, these little danglies, because that's also going to be steel. But we'll see.